If everyone would please take their seats, we're going to get started momentarily. Good evening, everyone. It is about 6:02 p.m. on October 10th, 2023. I'd like to call the meeting of the Peoria City Council to order. I'd also like to welcome everyone here in our council chambers, as well as our listening audience at WCBU. I'd also like to welcome the audience that is watching via cable channel 22. Clerk, the council mics are open. Please call the roll.
E. Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Sear.
Here.
Councilmember Gordon Young. Here. Councilmember Graham. Councilmember Jackson.
Here.
Councilmember Kelly.
Here.
Councilmember Euler. Here. Councilmember Riggenbach. Here. Councilmember Velpula.
Present.
And Councilmember Vespa. You have a quorum present, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Everyone, please stand. Join me for a moment of silent prayer or silent reflection, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Madam Clerk.
We are at proclamations.
Okay. We have 3 proclamations today. The first recognizes Hispanic Heritage Month. This proclamation is presented by the City of Peoria. Whereas the City of Peoria recognizes Hispanic Heritage Month by honoring the histories, cultures, and contributions of our community members and their ancestors who came from Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. And whereas the City of Peoria is committed to building a welcoming and neighborly community, embracing diversity and fostering equity for every community member. Whereas more than 6% of the City of Peoria's population identified as Hispanic or Latin American in the 2020 census, and Hispanics make up the largest ethnic minority group in the United States. And whereas September 15th is noted as the start of Hispanic Heritage Month, as the anniversary of 1821 independence declarations in 5 Latin American countries, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. Mexico, Chile, and Belize celebrate their Independence Days on September 16th, 18th, and 21st, respectively. Whereas we celebrate the cultural heritages of our community members and the diversity they bring to the lives of our neighbors and neighborhood. Hispanics have impacted the culture of the United States, Illinois, and Peoria in areas of business, government, innovation, art, education, and entrepreneurship. Now, therefore, I, Rita Ali, Mayor of the City of Peoria, do hereby do hereby acknowledge September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month in Peoria, Illinois. Our second proclamation recognizes the third annual Caravan and Hispanic Heritage Month. And we have here Cristel Frasto, who we all know, also Maria Cheo Miranda and Louis Murillo. I probably didn't do too good at those name pronunciations. Thank you for being here. Can you say those names for me?
Cristel Frausto, Maria Miranda, and Luis Murillo. You did good, Mayor.
Okay, very good. Thank you. The proclamation reads, whereas the community of Peoria, Illinois is blessed with diverse cultures that enrich our city's fabric, and whereas the vibrant Hispanic heritage has played a pivotal role in shaping our community's history, contributing to its growth, and strengthening its character. And whereas the third annual Caravan and Hispanic Heritage Month celebration was held on September 15th, attendees enjoyed music, food, and vendors. It started as a caravan of vehicles leaving the Riverplex and concluded at Morton Square Park for an event that exemplifies the spirit of unity and cultural appreciation. And whereas the third annual Caravan and Hispanic Heritage Month celebration has become an integral part of our city's cultural tapestry, and we thank the organizers, participants, and attendees for making this event a success. Now, therefore, I, Rita Ali, Mayor of the City of Peoria, Illinois, do hereby acknowledge the third annual Caravan and Hispanic Heritage Month celebration in Peoria.
I just want to say thank you so much, and thank you for welcoming us here.
You're welcome. Louis?
We've had great momentum this year celebrating culture and embracing it either in our high schools, our schools, our parks, and in our neighborhoods. We are very grateful to be here and feel very embraced. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your leadership. And our final proclamation recognizes Fire Prevention Month, and hopefully we have Chief Sean Soberger here, our fire chief. And who do you have with you, Chief?
Division Chief Nate Rice, who's in charge of the Prevention Division.
Wonderful. Whereas the Peoria Fire Department is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all living in and visiting Peoria, and whereas the Peoria Fire Department recognizes October 8th through October 14th as Fire Prevention Month, and whereas the Peoria Fire Department partners with the National Fire Protection Agency for educational curriculum pertaining to fire prevention, and whereas the theme for 2023 is entitled "On Cooking Safety Starts With You." Cooking is one of the leading causes of home fires in the United States. 2 of every home fires start in the kitchen, with 31% of these fires resulting from unattended cooking. Whereas the Peoria Fire Department will visit all Peoria public elementary schools to give a presentation and demonstration with a safety house. Now, therefore, I, Rita Ali, Mayor of the City of Peoria, Illinois, do hereby acknowledge October 8th through October 14th as Fire Prevention Month in Peoria.
Madam Mayor, distinguished council, Mr. Manager, I appreciate the proclamation. I'm not going to steal too much of Chief Rice's thunder. I do have to mention I'm extremely proud of this individual in his leadership in prevention. This particular division works in the shadows, And when we say that, the public education, the fire safety, investigations, code enforcement, hazardous materials, Chief Rice is in charge of all of those things. But specific to today, or to tonight, with this proclamation, post-COVID, getting back into the schools and providing as much information humanly possible to protect one life. That's what Chief Rice has done. Chief Rice.
Bryce.
Thank you very much. I'm very honored to get this proclamation. And be quite honest, I just drive the car. Those that really are the force behind making it go is my staff. I have a staff of tremendous people who are very knowledgeable and do a great job for me. One is here tonight. Investigator Brad Pearson is here tonight. And I have a staff of 4 others that just do a tremendous job. So really, they deserve a lot of credit. Just a quick success story of where we're at in fire prevention. 2 years ago, when I took this position, I said I wanted to get back into the schools. In 2021, 2022, we did get into every classroom in every primary school of the Peoria Public School System, kindergarten through 2nd grade. It's about 100 classrooms and about 2,500 kids. This year in 2023, we brought back our safe house. We've taken it to 10 of the 13 primary schools so far. We'll hit the other 3 when they come back from their break. In 2023, we will have talked to and presented to over 3,000 kids in the city of Peoria. So we are very proud of that, and it's something that is a great accomplishment. And we're just, the message of smoke detectors and the use of smoke detectors and how important they are can't be understated. And we drive that message home, and we're driving that message home with these kids. We're just very thankful for your support, and very honored to receive this proclamation. So
Thank you, Chief. You know, I know it works. You've been in the schools and you're teaching the children. I have a granddaughter she was in kindergarten last year. She's in 1st this year, but she has remembered this stop, drop, and roll. Stop, drop, and roll. It's in her head, you know, so if there's a fire, you stop, you drop, and you roll, and she remembers that. So thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. Madam Clerk,
We are at the approval of the minutes.
Councilman Riggenbach.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to approve the minutes of the special city council meeting held on September 13th, 2023, and the regular city council meeting held on September 26th, 2023, as printed.
Seconded by Councilmember Kelly. Any questions, comments? Please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk?
We are at the town portion of the agenda. 23-330 is a request from the town officials to approve the September 2023 actual expenditures and to approve the October 2023 anticipated expenditures for the town of the city of Peoria.
Councilmember Graham?
Mayor Ali, I move to approve as outlined.
Seconded by Councilmember Allen. Town Trustee Allen. Any questions? Trustee Seer?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I could just have a quick request tonight. As we move forward, we're getting more and more budget that we need to approve. And if possible, I don't know if it's possible or not, maybe with your help and the city manager's help and Mr. Kyle Craddy's help, I'd like to see the same format, if possible, all these financial reports that we're getting. Example, township, the city obviously, and also the Civic Center. I think it'd be great to have all similar reports so we know exactly what we're looking at and we understand what we're looking at. So just a suggestion, I'd love to see that if that's possible.
Okay, I
Thank
think
you.
we can ask those questions, but we're talking about 3 different systems. We're talking about 3 different financial bodies in terms of the town, the city, and the Civic Center. Do you have any comments on that, Mr. Manager?
I think you said it clearly. I mean, the town is a separate unit of government, so we can certainly have that conversation with them. But it's really up to the town.
Civic Center?
And the Civic Center, we'll have a conversation with them as well,
Okay,
so.
thank you. Thank you, Council Trustee. All right, so we have a motion to approve, and we have a second. Please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk?
23-331 is a communication from the Town Officials Budget Committee with a request to approve the proposed estimated tax levy of $1,338,046 with an estimated tax rate not to exceed 0.083108 for the town of the City of Peoria.
Trustee Graham?
Yes, Mayor Lee, the Town Budget Committee met, and they determined an estimated tax levy rate for the town of the City of Peoria to be decreased by approximately 5% from last year's rate of 0.087714 to the new proposed rate, which is lower, of 0.083108. This would draw down our reserves a little bit more than what I think is probably prudent, but the proposed levy would be approximately 60% of the overall budget. Perhaps some of the officers, maybe Supervisor Leary, would like to speak as well before I move to approve.
Supervisor?
Good evening. So if you look at the dollar amount that the township is proposing to levy is the same as last year. This means that there is no increase on property taxes from the township's taxing district. We are seeing a decrease in the tax rate, but that is based on the EAV. Don't know if our assessor is here. If you have any questions in regards to the EAV, but in order to draw down some of the reserves which have been impacted by the PPRT, this is the best option for the township at this time.
Move to approve.
Seconded by Trustee Jackson. Questions? Trustee Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to congratulate the officers of the town for not for keeping your levy the same, which ends up reducing the rate for our taxpayers. Well done. Thank you.
Welcome. Trustee Allen?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Madam Supervisor, can you speak to the current need? Are we seeing an increase in visits to the township for various services as we are transitioning through the pandemic? But we understand that inflation and other barriers that are impacting our current residents. Can you just speak to that, please?
Absolutely. One of the things that we had to take into consideration is given the increased cost of almost pretty much everything. I don't think that there is an entity that is untouched. However, we had to make a decision on whether, we're not decreasing any of the services, but we're not going to increase the funds that, we're asking for the taxpayers to receive. In regards to the need, that is, it's a very complex conversation. We are not seeing a decrease at all in the needs within our community. In fact, we just recently, I would say within the last couple of months, which when we did our budget last spring, we had no idea that it would increase at a substantial amount. So we are seeing an increase of residents in our community reaching out. We are collaborating, working with, the resources around us, but even they are being stretched thin as well. So I think that is something that we're definitely going to have to take into consideration, given the fact that more people are reaching out. And this is not we are not seeing an increase of people that live in certain areas of town. We're seeing it over the entire township. So it doesn't matter which district you live in, we're getting those calls from each and every one of, multiple calls from each and every one of those districts. So that's just one thing to keep in mind. I had conversations with a couple of the trustees recently, and it was kind of back and forth of, of how much it's impacted us. We are a lot of resources or organizations and organizations and agencies within Peoria, because they are stretched thin, are referring people to us as well. Just to kind of put things into perspective for those who may have strong feelings about township and what we do and how it benefits our community, and why it is necessary that we continue to do what we do and make sure that we are very conscious of how we are spending within the township. I shared with a couple of the trustees that just last month we had a record number of phone calls that came through to the township in a 2-day period. It was something that I had never seen. Thank God that the phone system that we use actually just started updated and collects data that we are able to follow. Just last month, we were receiving so many calls that we were over capacity. We helped as many people as we could, and made some adjustments with adding additional appointments for the month. But at one point in time, for about 4 hours straight, we were receiving 4 to 5 phone calls per second. Not minutes, not hours, per second. So I would like to stress that, when we start having these conversations about reducing the resources out in the community, I want to stress that there is an increased need. In particular, what I have been seeing is that we're seeing an increase of individuals who are still living at home that are disabled and or seniors in our community. They are reaching out to us more than ever because they are on a fixed income. So I think that, moving forward, moving into in the future, we do need to take very strong consideration before we start before there is, extreme influence of reducing the things that the services that we provide. We're doing the best that we can. As I stated before, we have not reduced any of the services, but we are definitely feeling the impact. And hopefully, while everyone is out and about, they are seeing it and hearing it and feeling it too. And so when we are in this chamber, we're taking that into consideration. But in the meantime, we're just going to do the best we can with what we have and doing what is in the best interest of the taxpayers.
Thank you for what you and your staff do and elaborating on that. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Very welcome. I have a motion on the floor. Please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk?
We are at the city portion of the agenda. We are at the consent agenda. 23-332 is a communication from the City Manager and Director of Human Resources with a request to approve and authorize the execution of a contract with GovHR USA to provide executive-level recruitment service for Human Resources Director. 23-333 is a communication with a request to concur with a recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission and staff to adopt an ordinance approving a special use in a Class B1 Central Business District to establish a mural above the maximum height of 30 feet for the property located at 324 Main Street, Peoria, Illinois. And then finally, 23-334 is a communication with a request to concur with a recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission and staff to adopt an ordinance rezoning property from a Class C2 large-scale commercial district to a Class I1 industrial business district for the property located at 8603 North Allen Road, Peoria, Illinois, and that concludes our consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there items to remove from consent? May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Councilman Euler, seconded by Councilmember Seer. Any discussion? Please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. At this time, I'm going to call on Councilmember Seer to introduce a motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to suspend the rules and move item number 23-340 before item number 23-335.
Seconded by Councilmember Euler. Any discussion? Please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk?
23-340 is a communication from the City Manager and Corporation Council with a request to adopt an ordinance approving the Maui Gym Inc. redevelopment agreement.
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Very pleased to bring this item before council this evening. We have a short slide deck that we just want to walk through with you. Earlier this year, the city adopted a redevelopment project area, or a TIF district, known as the Medina Plains. Do you have the PowerPoint, the slide deck? There we go. Okay, thank you. We adopted the Medina Plains Allen Road Business Park TIF. Recently, Maui Gym, Peoria's Maui Gym, was recently acquired by Kering Eyewear, headquartered in Padua, Italy. The brands under Kering Eyewear you can see up here on the screen above. They are a luxury eyewear brand manufacturer. And with us this evening, we have the CEO of Kering Eyewear, Roberto Vendovato. We have the CFO of Maui Gym, Paul Lippens, and we have John Elias, who is the attorney for the redevelopers. Maui Gym and Kering Eyewear desire to expand their United States presence by constructing, owning, and operating an additional Peoria manufacturing, warehouse, and distribution and office facility to be developed and to accommodate Kering Eyewear's and Maui Gym's growth in their businesses in North America. The project is estimated at $80 million, which you can see here up on the screen. Maui Gym and Kering Eyewear anticipate retaining Maui Gym's current workforce, subject to the customary adjustments dictated by business needs, and eventually adding new employees within a reasonable time frame after the opening of the initial phase of the project, subject to their future and current business needs. Maui Gym and Kering Eyewear would be eligible for 85% of the increment, with the remaining 15% of the property tax increment being remitted to the Dunlap School District. It's anticipated that the TIF reimbursement would last for 19 to 20 years. This is a rendering of what the facility would look like. And then lastly, just so you get your bearings of where this property is located, it's just south of the Walmart on Allen Road. So that's Walton Road to the north, which would be part of the improvements. There's Allen Road, which is to the east of this property. That would also have an access point off of this, and it includes 81 acres of property. So we're very excited. This is the first redevelopment agreement that we have coming forward inside the Medina Plains TIF, and we're very happy to bring this forward, and happy to turn it back over to Councilman Seer.
I just want to briefly say I'm also very excited about this opportunity for Peoria, for Kering Eyewear. It was a pleasure yesterday to meet with Mr. Roberto Vendovato, who's actually the founder of Kering Eyewear, that's been in existence for 9 years now and just has made just remarkable success around the world. So it's so exciting to have the headquarters of Kering Eyewear, the U.S. headquarters, right here in Peoria, Illinois, and to the vision of the new facility is just amazing and located in a premier spot, I believe, in our city. So with that, I just want to say I'm equally as excited, and I'll turn it back over to Councilmember Sear. There you go.
Before I give the floor to Mr. Verdevoro, I need to say a big thank you to a lot of people. I mean, this has been it's a great victory for Peoria. Obviously, it's a great victory for the 5th District. And I have to say thank you for a lot of people. I mean, first of all, my colleagues around the Horseshoe have been very helpful. Mr. Euler and Mr. Graham have been very helpful to me. I have to say thank you to, obviously, our city manager, Mr. Urich, and obviously our attorney, Mr. Hayes, that was right there in the forefront with and really also the Dunlap School District. Their president, Abby Humble, and Mr. Mike Wisdom were at the forefront also of these negotiations. And I'm very, very excited about the possibilities of this new relationship with Peoria and bring somebody from an international company right here to Peoria. It's a tremendous success. So also, I saw him in the attendance tonight. Mr. John Elias has done a fantastic job representing Carrick Industries and companies, and also being a local attorney. He's done a great job, I think, for us right here in Peoria also. So thank you very much, Mr. Elias, for all your good work. So with this, is it my responsibility to introduce?
We can.
So I'm asking we can give the floor to the CEO of the brand new company right here in Peoria, Carrick Eyewear, and Mr. Roberto Verdevoro. Thank you very much for being here, sir.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chairwoman and Mayor of Peoria, honorable members of the Peoria City Council, just a few words to say that I am extremely grateful to be here representing Carrick Eyewear and Maui Gym, and to have the opportunity to say a few words in person. We truly believe in the future of Maui Gym. We are very positive about the potential growth of this company, the international expansion of Maui Gym, not only in continuing the success in the US market, but also in the international markets, Europe and Asia Pacific. And for that reason, we thought that we wanted to truly build something significant where the company was born and became successful. And we decided to do it precisely here in Peoria, with the building that will have all the characteristics in terms of sustainability, in terms of giving a place for people to work well, to be happy, to come to work in the morning, and to perform in the most efficient way. So I will truly and sincerely thank you, you all, for your support and for your help in making this possible. Without your vote of confidence, without your support, this would not be possible. And so I am extremely grateful, and I thank you very much.
You're welcome. You're very, very welcome. Thank you. All right. Did you want to make a motion?
Yes. Let's move to approve the new ordinance for Maui Gym new redevelopment.
Seconded by Councilwoman Bernice Gordon-Young. Any discussion? Please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk?
We are at the presentations portion of the agenda. 23-335 is a communication from the City Manager and Director of Public Works with a request to receive and file a presentation on snow removal operations.
Mr. Manager?
Well, as we've seen the weather turn, it is that time of year again. And we have our Public Works team here to talk about our snow plan for the upcoming year. And I'm going to turn the floor over to our Assistant Director of the Public Works team, who will talk about the snow fighting efforts. That is Cy Maroon.
Thank you, City Manager Urick, and just want to say thanks again for having Public Works here again on an annual basis to talk about snow. I'm really kind of loving the contrast of this meeting. We just talked about sunglasses. Now we're going to talk about snow. It's a great contrast. So anyway, oh, there we go. Now we're going. Okay, very good. Again, thank you to Madam Mayor, Council, and staff for allowing us to be here again this evening. It just doesn't seem like it was that long ago that we were doing this, which was about a year ago. But time's flying, and we're back at it again. So we just really like coming down here and putting this presentation together so that the new council will get an idea of what we're doing. The citizens that are listening will get an idea of what we're doing, and we are going to be sharing just a little bit with you, not the full total removal plan, but it's a select few slides here that we want to cover tonight. So the 23-24 snow plan, for us it's beginning now. Okay, we literally start around August, and but we're really into the thick of things now. So as of last year, okay, so a lot of what you see this year is going to be a repeat of last year, which is a good thing because last year was the first year that we got back to 21 snow routes after experiencing the cuts during COVID. So we're at 21 snow routes citywide. We have we're designated with 4 hill routes. What that means is the hills that are between the valley and the bluff are all hills, of course, and so we designate 4 trucks to run those hills literally from Laramie Street down to Abington, and that keeps the hills open because sometimes they'll get away from us. The thing about the hills is, if you can drive up or down the hill and get where you're going, it's pretty likely you're going to be able to get to where you need to go, even though there may be snow on the flat ground. But the hills are really critical to our operation. We have tandem plow routes, which we have 8 of them. To briefly talk to you about a tandem plow route, what that is we break out the 21 routes into 8 routes, and we put multiple trucks. It could be 2, 3, or up to 4 on a snow route to cover the tandem route, which are all primary routes. They're arterial streets. They're not residential, but all arterial. And then, of course, we still have in operation our 24-hour plan, the around-the-clock operations, which is the 2 12-hour shifts. Typically, that goes into effect when there's 2 inches or more forecasted. That's usually the trigger point for the 12-hour shifts going into the 24-hour operation. The snow removal plans and goals and priorities. Number 1 priority is doing the primary streets, which are the arterial streets throughout town. The high traffic streets, there's 161 miles of primary streets going one direction. It's not coming back and then doing it again if there's 4 lanes on the street. There's just 161 miles going one direction. Those are the highest volume streets in the city. Priority 2 are the residential streets. We have 332 miles of residential streets. We have 80 miles of alleyways. And the priority 2 is the low traffic volume. It's the residential streets, essentially. Residential streets with cul-de-sacs, residential streets that are on the grid throughout the city of Peoria. And it says the accumulation of affecting site distances. That's when we're dealing with the blowing, the drifting of the snow in certain areas. A lot of times it's in areas where they're wide open, but we also have to contend with those streets being adjacent to a primary street. They may be, it may be a residential, but we have to give those special attention literally because of the stop signs. Okay, those are critical when you're coming out into a primary street or a residential street off of another residential street. You've got to have that stop and go power. It says here the city does not have a bare pavement policy. What that means is we do not guarantee that every street when we're done with the primary arterial streets, that we do not guarantee that all those streets will be bare pavement or running water before we enter into the residential streets, okay? So we do not guarantee the bare pavement policy. We're always fighting the elements with that. To make that a guarantee would be, it would just be a lot more than what we could handle. So one of the goals here is to maintain safe travel routes during the winter season and to restore mobility for the traveling public within a reasonable time frame following winter storm conditions. We really do adhere to that. We're concerned about the local traffic, the citizens in Peoria. We're concerned about the citizens that come into Peoria or the citizens that are going out of Peoria. So we do put a high priority on attaining that goal on a regular basis. And again here, it says snow removal is a public safety operation, and that's exactly what it is. It's public safety. It's getting people from point A to point B safely. We're talking, it's always about the safety measures of getting the traveling public to go where they need to go. So the timing of the storms has to do with the inches and the accumulation. So when there's between 2 and 6 inches, the citywide arterial snow removal is within 24 hours. We have a 24-hour period in our snow plan that we will have all the arterial streets plowed and in good passable condition in 24 hours. That is between 2 and 6. Now, when it's 6 inches or more, the same thing applies, except we have 36 hours now to maintain the arterial streets. Again, that alone is the arterial streets. Now, once those are done is when we move into the arterial, or when we move into the residential streets. And looking at this map here, it's the green portion of the map it's our Route 1 in the city of Peoria. This is Route 1. And so what we do when we go into the residential streets is we go into what's called the ABC routes, which I'll explain it here. It's a rotation approach to plowing residential streets. In a nutshell, that's what it is. But I'm going to explain to you what exactly that is. So if we take that route, Route 1, and we break it into 3 routes. So there's 3 different route sections here that are broke out of that entire Route 1. And what we do is, this is called the ABC routes. We go into the ABC route plowing when we go into residential streets, so that from storm to storm, nobody is ever the first street to be done, and nobody is ever the last street to be done. And this, we like to talk about this often to give people the idea of the fairness and how this works. So essentially how it works is, the first storm of the season, if there's 2 or more inches on the ground of snow, we will go into the residential streets. We start with Route A, and then we go to Route B, and then we go to Route C. And then the next snowstorm, we'll start with going into residentials now. We'll start with Route B, go to C and A, and then of course the last route is CAB. Again, we start over on the 4th storm that we would go into the residential street. So this process it's clean. It keeps everything equal across the board. Nobody's ever first every time, and nobody's ever last every time. Those are the complaints that we hear, but this eliminates that perception. We just have to make believers out of our citizens. But this is how we eliminate that perception that somebody's always last. So getting into parking and the parking bans, there's two types of parking bans. One is the type 1 is the primary streets and the downtown business district streets. These two signs designate which the primary streets are that are routed. These are posted on light pole. I'm sorry, on utility poles or on our regular Telspar poles. So we have two types. The snow routes, typically when there's 2 inches of snow that's been forecasted, we go into the emergency snow route removal. Okay. The downtown business district has some different wording, and that allows us to be able to clean up the downtown business district after hours, late hours, but it also allows people to park downtown because of the business district and the need for parking. So it reads here, no parking 2 or more inches of snow from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. Okay, so if we have the streets cleared from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m., we can get in there with our equipment and get those cleared so they're ready to go for the next business day. That automatically goes into effect when the snow reaches 2 inches or more, but essentially it goes into effect when there's 2 inches that are forecasted. Sometimes we get the forecast of more than 2 inches, but we don't always get it. But as long as there's 2 inches on the pavement or more, we'll go into this process. The second parking ban is based on emergency declarations. The city manager or his designee, could be Director Powers, it could be myself, it could be the city manager himself, will designate that the city is going into a city, it could be a city-wide parking ban. It could be the even odds addresses where you park on one side of the street one day and we can plow 2/3 of the street, and then you park on the other side of the street the next day and we can plow that last third of the street. So there's some benefits to the parking bans that we will implement. Of course, now we don't like to talk about citations, but citations may be issued every 24 hours if the vehicles are not moved, okay? And that's before we get into a towing situation. The commercial sidewalk city ordinance is all commercial property owners are required to remove snow from public sidewalks adjacent to their property. This is churches, schools, hospitals, and businesses, commercial businesses, okay? We rely on those entities to help us remove snow off a sidewalk so that the citizens can actually navigate to where they're going, if it's going to a doctor's office, if it's going to school, if it's going to church, whatever the case may be. They need to be a 4-foot wide path for ADA, and they must be cleared in 24 hours if we have 6 or more inches of snow, or they have up to 36 hours if we have 6 or more inches of snow. Just as a reminder, the snow shall not be placed in the street, blocking fire hydrants or mailboxes. Okay, that's critical on the for public safety as well. And of course, non-compliance could result in a fine as well. So some of the information and resources that we have, our press releases are sent through the city communications group. Broadcast media is ready to interrupt programming if we have an emergency situation. We can contact them to get information out rapidly. There's information that can be gained from Facebook or Nextdoor. We also have the city's website. So a number of places to find out information of what's going on and what's happening next. And then, of course, the billboards, we do get to utilize those as well on emergency situations as well. Peoria Cares has an app on the website with the phone number. That's another way of contacting us if there are any issues. You can actually, I don't know if the numbers are, there we go. We got more contacts. So you can call directly to Public Works, and as long as we're in business hours operations, those phones will be answered by a live voice. We do have a pre-recorded storm update that citizens can call at the 494-8830, and that's an update to tell people what we're doing next, and what the plan is. Okay, pre-recorded, so Obviously, we're paying attention to when the storm changes because our plan might change. So those pre-recorded messages can change throughout a period of a storm that might be a day or two long. And then, of course, we have the Snow Call Center, which is right in our office out at Public Works at Dries Lane. It's activated during significant storms. We have a dedicated staff to answer the phone, so you're getting a live voice again. We think it's critical for live voices. And there is a voicemail backup if they can't get to your phone call right away, if they're already on the phone with others. We have multiple phones that our staff can utilize. So depending on the size of the storm, there may be more people answering phones. This we do purposely because we'd rather hear from the residents or your constituents right away. We don't want to hear a complaint that somebody cannot get out of their driveway. They have, for example, a dentist appointment. Something more critical than that is dialysis. If they need to get out, we want to know right then. And I'm not discouraging checking in on the Peoria Cares app, but it gets to us sooner if it's an emergency or something that you're really concerned about, to getting in contact with us with a live voice. And we would prefer it that way, so that we can get out and take care of the situation at hand. That's it for that. Open for questions if you'd like.
Assistant Director Maroon,
Yes.
I hear the enthusiasm and the excitement in your voice. I get the impression that you're looking forward to the snow season.
We always look forward to snow removal. We do. It's the one biggest, largest thing that we do with or do in the winter months, right? We do some of our other work when we can get out there and do it, but snow removal is the one biggest thing that we do, and we take pride in it, and we've got some very good staff members. I think I mentioned this every year. We have some of the top plow drivers in the state, and that's not my opinion. It is done based on a competition for plow drivers that takes place in the fall. And when you bring home the trophy and you've got the #1 team, that speaks for itself. So that's where we're at. We've got some very good plow drivers.
That's great. You do a great job. We do have some comments or questions, beginning with Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, sir, and your team for all you do in this space. Just two clarifying questions. One, is this the same number of routes that we had last year? And then two, how are you regarding current staffing to execute your snow removal offense this season?
So to your first question, yes, this is the same as it was last year. When we bounced back from the COVID reductions, we came back to 21 routes, and that's where we're at again for this year. And as far as staffing goes, and we didn't have a slide on it, but really we didn't do that because we were really concerned about the number of slides and the amount of time for the sake of the rest of the meeting. But that's a very good question. And we're staffed the same as we were last year. We've got 43, I believe it's the 43 full-time staff, and 12 temporary staff will be coming in for the winter months. So that number will allow us to be able to run 2 12-hour shifts fully staffed with 4 hill routes, 21 snow routes, and if we have to go into the tandem routes from there, but we're staffed the same. Yeah, really not a whole lot has changed. So you probably heard a lot of repetitive stuff from me this year, but because not a whole lot has changed from last year in terms of the routes and staffing and how we're operating.
That's great to hear. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Councilmember Regenbach?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I would just echo the comments from the mayor. Mr. Maroon, thank you so much for the leadership you provide for these snow warriors, and saying this is a lot like last year's. I think if it's not fixed, if it's not broke, why fix it, you know? So we have a lot of complaints about a lot of things as council members, but snow removal is one thing that a lot of people have confidence in under your guidance. So we just want you to hear that publicly and know we appreciate it. Thank you for the internal communication you give to us as council members, and Nick McMillian does a great job in getting the word out to the community. So I'm looking forward to the first fall of that white stuff. Thank you very much.
Councilman.
Would you like to move? Would you like to move to receive and file?
Certainly, I'll,
Okay.
will move to receive and file.
Okay, seconded by Councilmember Jackson. If there's no more questions, please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you for your report. Madam Clerk?
23-336 is a communication from the City Manager and Director of Public Works with a request to receive and file a presentation on an update on the initial assessment related to the Illinois American Water Company from Woodard and Curran.
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What we have this evening is a presentation from our consultants that we hired, Woodard Curran. With us is Jim Rivard and Morgan Roper, and I'll turn it over to Jim to make some brief introductions, and I believe that Morgan will be doing the presentation. So.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. Glad to have the opportunity tonight to present our initial findings on an assessment for the city to consider purchasing the water system from Illinois American. So we've done an initial assessment. Morgan Roper is our project manager, and she is going to be making the presentation.
Thank you. Good evening. I want to start by saying this is the most beautiful council chamber I've ever been in, so it's a pleasure to be here tonight. So, as Jim stated, I'm going to present our initial findings on the potential purchase of the water system. So we'll start with just a brief agenda of what we'll be discussing tonight. So starting with the purchase price and the annual debt service. So this will be sort of the first part of the equation, what will eventually come out of an appraisal, what the system is valued at, and what the city is offered to purchase it at, and also what that resulting debt service is. The next piece of that puzzle is the operating expenses, so how much it costs to run the system on an annual basis. So this includes things like chemical costs, equipment, labor, benefits, things like that. We'll take both of those pieces of information and put them together to look at a cost analysis or a rates analysis. What is this going to look like for your ratepayers? We'll compare both current rates and projected rates if the city chooses to move forward with the buyout against neighboring communities. And lastly, we'll look at some additional purchase considerations that aren't detailed in this presentation, but certainly would be considered if the city chooses to move forward. So this is just a quick snapshot of what I was discussing earlier, sort of the two pieces that go into the rates. The first is debt service, so what you pay for the system and how that impacts the equation, and then also the operating expenses. Those two combined will result in your water rates. So starting with the potential purchase price, as you can imagine, it's hard to find comparables for a system like this. Water systems aren't sold every day, but last year in 2022, American Water sold their New York subsidiary to another private company. The total purchase price for that system was $608 million, and it had approximately 127,000 service connections. Broken down into a price per service connection, that results in about $4,800, and when applied to the number of service connections in Peoria, that results in a sales price of approximately $277 million. You'll hear me say this a lot tonight, but obviously there are a lot of variables between water systems, things like the size and amount of pipe, water quality and water source, and many other factors. So this is a data point, but certainly not representative of what the system in Peoria looks like. The other data point that we looked at is the last time that the city chose to move forward with the appraisal process. That was in 2005. And the price that it was appraised for at that time was $220 million. I do want to caveat that by saying, as a part of the process for purchasing the water system, 3 appraisals are done, and in 2005, the appraisals ranged from $96.5 million to $317.4 million. So that really just goes to show the variability of the appraisal process. So we adjusted that $220 million value for inflation, and in today's dollars, that's approximately $345 million. So we used these 2 data points as sort of our bounds for estimated sales price of the water system, but as is noted by the 2005 process, It's really up in the air until that appraisal process is done, and that's an extensive process. So converting those numbers into an annual debt service, you'll see on this slide, we take those two purchase prices, account for the costs associated with underwriting and issuance with those bonds, and turn them into an annual debt service number on a 30-year term with an assumed 5% interest rate. And that's where we get this just over 18 million on the low end and just over 22.5 million on the higher end. So now we'll shift gears into operating expenses. The first way that we looked at this is looking at what American Water is spending now. So from the publicly available financial information, the Central Division, which is the division that Peoria's water system sits in, had an operating expenses in 2022 of just over $200 million. We then looked at what percentage of that should be applied to Peoria specifically, and did that by percentage of volume of water sold. So Peoria accounted for 16.1% of the water sold in 2022. We applied that same percentage to those 2022 operating expenses. Again, this is a place where variability comes into play. Peoria could be a system that's more expensive to operate, or it could be less. It's sort of up in the air, but for this analysis, and because American Water does not publish their financials down to the specific system level, this is what we were working with. So that amounted to an estimated operating expense of just over $32.5 million annually. And when you take that number and divide it by the total volume of water sold in Peoria in 2022, you get an operating expense per gallon of just under 0.7 of a penny per gallon. The next thing we did is look at that compared to neighboring utilities. So you'll see on this graph there's a wide range. And as we've been discussing, every water system is different, every source is different, so that's really what accounts for these. The other thing that factors in pretty heavily here is capital improvement. Naperville has the largest operating expense by a pretty significant margin, but they also have a very aggressive capital improvement budget, so that accounts for some of that money there. So this slide is intended to take all of that information from the previous slides and put it together into a cost per gallon of water. So you'll see that the first item there is the annual debt service that we looked at on the previous slide, and that results in a cost per gallon of anywhere between 0.4 of a penny per gallon to just about 0.5 cents per gallon. When we add that to the operating expense, we get a total cost per gallon of just over a penny to that 0.011 dollars, I guess you would call it, per gallon. One thing I do want to point out here is that average operating expense per gallon line item. We've assumed that if the city were to take ownership of the water system, they would operate it at the same efficiency that Illinois American is now. So that again is another assumption. There are some economies of scale that come with the way Illinois American is able to complete laboratory testing and buy pipe and do all of these other things. But there's also nothing to say that the city couldn't operate it more efficiently over time. So we've assumed in this exercise that it would be the same operating expenses, but that's something that if the city chooses to move forward would absolutely need to be evaluated further. So looking at those total cost per gallons, it represents an increase of anywhere between 17% to 27% over what Illinois Americans are now. Just for reference, their cost per gallon is just over 0.9 of a penny per gallon. And that number is calculated based on their total revenue divided by the total gallons sold. The slide is intended to show how Peoria's water rates compare today to other neighboring utilities. I apologize if it's a little hard to read some of the names there, but Peoria is the second from the right, and with an annual water rate of just under $670 per year. Now, anybody with a calculator in the room would say the number, 0.9 of a cent times 3,000 3,000 gallons per month times 12 months per year does not equal that amount, and you'd be correct. But that's because Illinois American uses something called a declining rate scale, which is relatively common in the United States. For industrial and commercial users, the more water you use, the less you pay per gallon. So that there's some variability there in their rate schedule. So just some background into what goes into your average residential user's water rates in Peoria currently. There's an $18 per month charge for a 5/8 inch meter, which is what your average residential customer is going to have. On top of that, you pay just under $1 per 100 gallons. So if we're talking 3,000 gallons a month, which is typical for a residential customer, you're looking at an additional $30 per month there. And then on top of that, there are fees, specifically in this instance, fire protection fees, and then Illinois American has some programs that they also charge additional costs for. So that results in about just under $56 per month, or $670 annually. This shows how it compares to other neighboring utilities. You'll see Champaign is right up there as well. They are also owned and operated by Illinois American. This slide is very similar, but it shows accounts for that, in this case, 27% increase if the city were to assume that debt service to purchase the water system. We assumed in this exercise that the city would choose to keep the declining rate schedule, so just applied that percentage increase to the Illinois American rate. But that's another thing that the city would need to determine should they choose to purchase the water system, is what that rate schedule would look like. And lastly, just wanted to touch on some other purchase considerations. One of them that is not insignificant is the cost of due diligence and appraisal. We would estimate this to be between $2 and $4 million. It's obviously a very extensive effort involving lawyers and engineers and appraisers and things like that, and obviously with a purchase this large, that's an extensive process. Financing and legal fees, required capital improvements. So when you buy a system of this size, there is certainly going to be maintenance and repair and replacement of those assets. Regulatory compliance, which in the drinking water realm is a very hot topic these days with lead services and PFAS and things like that. So important to consider both the financial and other implications of that. And then staffing, benefits, and equipment. Those are going to be covered, the costs of those will be covered under operating expenses, but again, in today's workforce and things like that, it's an important thing to consider. And the last thing I just want to mention here is we've covered a lot of the things that are you can quantify, but we also realize that there are factors to consider here that are more difficult to quantify and very specific to the city, so certainly acknowledge that those exist. And that's all I have, and would be happy to take questions.
Questions, council? Councilmember Riggenbach?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for this information. A couple questions regarding the operating expenses that you alluded to, the economies of scale. Mm-hmm. Did I understand you to say that you are assuming the same economies of scale for us that Illinois American has for comparison purposes?
No, for comparison purposes, we assumed that the operating expenses would be the same, assuming that there would be some savings to the city and the just keeping that in-house in the city. But I think that that number is probably going to be higher for the city, especially in the initial years. So
that's something that we've heard in years past, that we would be losing economies of scale, and if Peoria City represents 16% of their central division, that would probably be a fair assessment to say that those costs would be higher.
Yep.
And also, the declining rate schedule that you referenced for business and industry, you assumed we would be using the same schedule as Illinois American, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right.
Yeah, and that's a relatively common rate structure in the United States.
That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Quick question, if you can go back to the slide on the comparison. Yes. So this looks at several cities throughout the state of Illinois. Are there others that are higher than what Peoria and Champaign would be? Are there other cities in the state, or would we be the highest?
We evaluated systems that were sort of within the same population range as Peoria. If we expanded outside of that, then you may see rates that are higher, especially as you get into the smaller systems, because that does tend to happen. But for the ones that we looked at, this was the sample.
Okay. Councilmember Vespa?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate these numbers, but I think I'm still left with the question, why? Why is Peoria and Champaign paying so much more, shockingly more, than these other cities that are of comparable size? Do you know?
So I think as we look at this analysis, if the city could purchase the system for $0, you could reduce rates. Because if you just look at those operating expenses, you could reduce your rates. The Illinois American is taking a profit from your system as a private entity. But what we found is that the debt service you would take on is higher than the profit that they are making. So that's really the difference there.
I agree with you. It looks like it's about a quarter of a penny for every gallon spent by a Peoria resident. And if we were to take out the even the 40-year bonds, under the most favorable terms, would be like 0.34
Correct.
of a penny. So it would be an increase regardless. But isn't that also assuming that operating expenses are the same? Isn't it true that they're passing along the costs to replace the lead pipes to us?
Yes, but the only thing I would say there is if you were to take over the system to comply with current regulations, you would have to do the same, and there would be a cost associated with it there.
Right, but in 2021, the federal government passed a Infrastructure Act, and it allocated $15 billion to government-owned utilities to replace lead pipes. Wouldn't we be eligible for that?
Yeah, there are certainly grants available, and we see those in use all the time. They usually do have matching requirements, and so that's one of those things that as we dive, if the choice is to dive deeper, that's something that could certainly be evaluated as you look at potential grants available and things like that that are available to public utilities and not private, certainly factors in.
Right. I would like to dive deeper because if that could get us below the 23 hundredths, of a cent per gallon, then it's a no-brainer. But if it can't, it's a much harder decision. So, I mean, could we look into whether or not we'd be eligible for that? I've actually looked it up. I think there's a 5-year timeline for the federal government. You already got states declining some of this money. If we were to start the process, could we get these grants to replace these lead pipes so our residents aren't paying such exorbitant rates?
And the only thing I would be concerned about there is just the time frame. I mean, the process of procuring this water system is not going to be a quick one. And so, the timelines on those grants and things, there's a lot of moving parts. Definitely something that could be evaluated, but yeah, there's a lot of variability there.
Right, it would be December 2026, but also the reason that it took so long back in 2005 was because there was litigation as to whether the contract from the 19th century was valid and enforceable, and it has been found valid and enforceable. So another question is going to get tied up in the courts past the date that we might be eligible for this grant money. These are considerations that you haven't addressed, and I'm just asking to look into it. I think we have a report back on October 24th. So I appreciate this is good data, but I do have these other questions that I think are very important and pertinent to our decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Vespa. And I think we're looking at an actual vote on October 24th. The deadline for our vote is, what's that date, Mr. Manager?
November 3rd, I think, is whatever the last business day of that week is. So is it the 2nd or 3rd?
So the 24th is the last council meeting before that deadline date. Thank you. Councilmember Euler?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. A couple questions. Councilman Vespa already asked one of them, but where do you reflect in here the effect of not having to pay the guaranteed profit margin that the company is guaranteed by the Illinois Commerce Commission?
So that is factored into the difference between that 0.0069 price per gallon operating expense and the 0.0919 revenue number. So everything in between there is their profit.
And you mentioned $2 to $4 million to do the due diligence. Where did you come to that conclusion, which is 2 to 4 times what we've even estimated on our own in the past, and significantly larger than what I would estimate on my own?
Just what we've seen, and when we were looking through for recent purchases of water systems, that's what we were seeing. And again, it could be, could certainly be lower than that.
I'd like to see if you could send us what specifically that breakdown looks like and how you came to that conclusion.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Councilmember Velpula?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to start up with what Councilman Vespa said. My first read on that graph, in this particular graph, if you read that graph, it says that the first question everybody will get is, why is Peoria paying more money? But then the answer is in the rate analysis. They say that majority of the companies are owned by respective municipalities. That's why they pay less. Now going from there, I go to the page number 1, which starts with, the city's appraiser valued the system at $96.5 million. And American's appraiser valued the system at $317, and then there was a 3 members panel. It came to $220. Mr. Manager, can you provide us with how did they come up with that number? Because everything that we're going to speak is based off on what was done in 2005. Now it is inflated to $345 million in 2023.
We can certainly go back and look in the files and see if we have the appraisal report that came out of that in terms of why they valued it the way that they did, and we'll see if we can get that for council for the next discussion.
Also, I have a follow-up question. So again, I don't know if we have appetite for that, but let's say based on the credit ratings, how confident we are to raise, the bonds to 5.1. I don't think 5.1 will be enough. Let's put 5.4, 5.5. How confident is the city of Peoria to see if we are even eligible to go that route?
Well, I think that's another big question, is if we're going to go out and spend $300 to $400 million to buy the water company, what are the rating agencies going to say if we go do that? I think this was looking at just a straight calculation without a debt service reserve. If you're going to buy this with revenue bonds, the interest rate's going to be higher than with general obligation bonds, and there's likely going to be a requirement that you're going to have to set aside a debt service reserve in order to make sure that you've got the coverage to be there. So it might raise that cost that was shown in the report from 18 to 22 million to more like 22 to 26 million dollars of cost, because you've got to carry that as well.
Thank you. And I have a question for you. So the entire paper or the draft that was given is calculated on the 3,000 gallons of water per month. Every calculation on this paper is based off on that particular number.
Only as it looks at the annual water, only the last sort of area where it's talking about your annual water rates and things like
Correct.
that. Yes.
So I think I passed the question this afternoon, but I still wanted to listen from you. If I did the math, simple math, and then, so it says that if you divide 669 by 12 by 3,000, gives me 1.8 cents per gallon. But then when I go back to page number 3, which says the total Illinois that pays revenue per gallon sold is 0.9, and then on the top of it there is an operating expense of 0.69. So can you just comment on that?
Sure. So the difference between this and that just generic average cost per gallon is the declining rate schedule. And so if you were to look at the Central Division's rate schedule, there's different things for residential customers versus industrial and commercial. And so for a residential customer, you pay a monthly fee per your meter size. So for a 5/8 inch meter, that's $18. And then for every 100 gallons you use, that's just under $1. And then you add in those public fire protection costs and things like that. And that's how you get to the $55.80 per month. Now, the difference between that and why that number is higher when you just do it as a cost per gallon is because the industrial and commercial users are paying a lower value, and so they offset each other. So it's just based on the rate schedule and how that's paid.
Thank you. Just a clarification question. How much are we paying now? How much I'm paying now for every month? Or what is my gallon rate?
So that's the flat fee for the meter, so that's $18. If you were using 3,000 gallons per month, that's just under $1 for 100 gallons. So that's where the 30 comes from. So the $55.80 is the current rate for anybody using 3,000 gallons per month with a 5/8 inch meter.
Okay. Last question. So there is no in your assessment, do you think that we will go over 3,000 gallons at all?
Residential users? I'm sure there are residential users who use more than that, yes. And there are some that will use less. Yep.
So would you be able to send us a sensitivity comparison? What if there is 1,000 gallons per household versus, so that if there is an average, and we are looking at, let's say, 30 years from now, how are we still going, because the calculation that you did was 4.7 billion gallons from today till 2030. I think there was one of the slide which shows the, can you go back to the slide? Let me see.
This one here?
Yeah, see that? The 4.7 million gallons is the constant. Let's think about the 30 years from now. So where do we stand? And then if you can give us a sensitivity probability assay or numbers to crunch on, it'll be helpful.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Member Allen?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your presentation today, very detailed. Just two questions. The first question, and I see you have assuming a 5% interest rate. If we were to issue the bonds, whether that's the 30 or the 40 year, would that be a fixed rate or a variable rate?
I believe the documentation that we received was for a fixed rate.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question is, in your observance, when municipalities ultimately acquire their water system, do they have the same scale opportunities previous, considering, Illinois American Water is a conglomerate, if you will, and they have the ability to purchase pipe and things of that nature in large scale. Can you talk about just how municipalities, are they still able to get some of those same price points, or do they find themselves with higher costs now that they're not part of that conglomerate?
I think it would be associated with higher cost. I would say that the impact, it's hard to quantify, but I would say that it's offset by the ability to receive grants that private utilities cannot. So hard to quantify, but there are offsetting benefits to being a public water utility.
Again, thank you for your presentation. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Councilmember Riggenbach?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One additional follow-up, Ms. Roper. The fire protection fee,
Yes.
is that something unique to Peoria, or is
No,
that
most of the Central Division utilities have that, whether it's a flat fee per meter or or a percentage varies in the central division, but they all have that.
Municipally owned waterworks would have that as well?
So it depends on the municipality. Some, usually it's not directed through the water rates. Typically that's reflected through taxes when they're combined in a municipal system, but they're done different ways.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, do you have any enlightenment on that?
Not at this time.
That would be
Look
something.
into it.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Councilmember Velpula?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Last question. Could you explain the 30%, like 17 to 27%, let's put it as a 30%. Could you explain how did we come to that 27%? Did you calculate that 27% based on 0.9 cents per gallon or 1.8 cents per gallon?
The 0.009.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any additional questions? Councilmember Seer?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Roper, thank you very much for the presentation. I do not have any questions for you tonight, but what I want to tell my colleagues tonight, tonight is a time where I wish, really I've been in this chair for 6 years, and I wish my vocabulary and the way I tell stories would be as good as Mr. Riggenbach had some great stories in the past. I'm not talking about stories, but presentation, which is great at presenting things. The best for me has always been Mr. Graham. I wish I had their talent, but I do not. But here's what I want to try to do tonight. I want to try to paint a picture to my colleague about what's in my heart about the water company. I was raised by my parents that gave me sets of values that are very similar to all of you around here, around the horseshoe. And I've used these values fairly well, I think, during my adult life. One of the values was when you sign a document, when you look at somebody in their eyes and you give a handshake, and when you make a promise to someone, it's very important that you honor that promise. So the story, my story tonight for my colleagues, is really about over 100 years ago. There's a mayor of Peoria that had a meeting, I'm assuming I was not there, had a meeting with the CEO of the water company. And the mayor of Peoria said, hey, Peoria's growing and I don't have any money, but I have this company. Would you be willing to buy this company from us, from the city, and run it for us and you keep the profit? And obviously, they made a deal, right? And part of the deal was, listen, here's the money, excuse me, here's the money. And every 5 years, though, I want you, Mr. CEO, I want you to give me an opportunity to buy back this company. And they shook hands on the deal, and they signed some paperwork. All I want to do, and I know I'm older than some of you guys, but really, I just want to honor that promise that these gentlemen made over 100 years ago. I mean, that's why, for me, when I look at the water company, it's not just the money. Thank you very much for the presentation tonight. But we're missing, like Councilman Vespa just said, I mean, we're just scratching the surface. I have a lot of questions for you, but you won't be able to answer my questions. So you fast forward to 2023, and you look at elected officials, you look at businessmen, you look at other people that make promises on a daily basis, and sometimes they have to break those promises. Usually it's because of power and money. In this deal right here, okay, American Water Company is a $23.5 billion company. And guess what? They do not want to sell the water company. They have all the power and they have all the money. Okay. Here's what I think about this deal. When I look at a mortgage, most of us maybe had a mortgage for a condo or a house, 15-year, 30-year mortgage, and hopefully you're old enough now that you paid off your house, and now we did this. We went through these pains of paying monthly payment so we would have an asset 20, 30, 40 years later, okay? And that's, people usually understand the pain of having a mortgage and how great it feels when your house is paid off. Here's what I'm thinking about for this deal, okay? Imagine, I'm, like I say, older, but when I think about this today, I was thinking like Councilman Allen, okay? I think he's the youngest one here, no? 20, 30 years from now, okay? He will still be here. I might not be here anymore, but wouldn't that be great to give our kids and grandkids a business that generate over $43 million in today's dollars? That's what they generate, $43 million a year. The 16% was what we saw in the presentation. So for me, the title of the presentation tonight is Water System Purchase Consideration. Okay, like Councilman Vespa just said, okay, for me, I cannot consider buying this company without a due diligence. It's just impossible. I mean, we have too many questions, and we need exact numbers, not just if this, if that, some averages and all that. There's no way I would want to spend our taxpayers' money not knowing exactly what the deal is, exactly how much money is it going to be, what is the term of the deal, is that 20, 30, 40 years, what the interest rate's going to be, what's the profit's going to be, and if there's enough profit to pay the note. I mean, I got 100 questions like that we cannot answer. Nobody can answer until we do the due diligence. And that was my point 4 years ago, 5 years ago, and that's my second time going around with this deal here. And some of my questions 5 years ago were not answered. Those 5 questions about the cost, the interest rate, the profit. Now, where can we spend that money? Now, if we have a profit at the end, who would run it for us? I don't want the city to run it. I got a lot of questions like that we cannot answer nobody can until we do due diligence. And that's why I am for the due diligence. And again, I'm saying I am for the due diligence because I don't want to I cannot make a decision to buy around. Like 5 years ago, people were saying Dennis wants to buy the water. That's not true. I want a lot more information to make a quality decision for us and for our future. It will be painful. It will be painful the next 30 years if we get a new 30-year mortgage on this business, but would that be great to have a $42 million a year revenue for the next generation? Maybe it would be, maybe it would not be, depending obviously on the pain. But until we do the due diligence, we don't know what the pain's going to be. So thank you very much for your presentation. I hope I didn't take too much time,
Nope,
Madam Mayor, but I wanted to tell this story. It's important for me as a gentleman that we honor these promises that were made over 100 years ago. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. And I think we do honor the promise by every 5 years taking this into consideration, whether we, buy or whether we wait another 5 years and reconsider again. I think we continue to honor that promise. Any more comments or questions? Councilmember Graham?
Well, one of the things that certainly sticks in my mind, having served on the body for 23 years, is a rather cynical attempt by American Water Company to renege from the deal that was made. They challenged the constitutionality, the legality, I should say, maybe constitutionality as well, of the franchise agreement. As Councilmember Vespa said, that held up our ability to deliberate and get some of this data, some of the empirics needed to make an intelligent decision. This is how cynical they operate, how cynically they operate. And then they come along, folks, be ready for this. Oh, you need money. Here, we're going to give you $25 million. Get rid of that ability to revisit this every 5 years. Yeah, saw that. The other thing that I see is water is becoming very important worldwide. Worldwide. And what are we sitting on here? We're sitting on something called the San Cody Aquifer. If it were oil, all of our people would be rich emirs by now. Factor that into the equation. So, yes, data we need. We missed, by one vote being potentially halfway through the bonding cycle, a 6-5 vote a number of years ago. And I think it was a tragedy. And by the way, there's nothing that says that the city, if we were to acquire the water system, has to run it. We can put out a request for proposal, perhaps Illinois American Water Company, if we got that far. But we were thinking this a couple of decades ago, would bid to run it for our people. So these are some of the factors that come into play in my mind as I look back on the 5-year cycles that I have sat here and watched coming and going over 23 years. And so we never want to give away the ability to revisit this and to get the empirics on it. Perhaps we'll decide as a body that this isn't the correct time to do it. Maybe it'll be a future council that'll do it. Maybe it won't. I had a former mayor say to me, hey, look at all this time that's passed. Not one city council has exercised the option to buy it back. Like, well, they must have all been right. All those previous city councils were absolutely correct. Right? Wrong. So the arithmetic changes, Councilman Sear, and you know, I appreciated your comments very much, and those are some of the thoughts that I have on my mind. I don't think this is a time to drag our feet on getting the council all the information it needs to make a decision. Are we going to have all this by our next meeting, Manager? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Good discussion, good information. Of course, there's a desire for even more information between now and the 24th. I appreciate the in-depth presentation and responses that you've given us tonight. I think we have a lot to think about between now and the 24th, and what weighs heavily on my mind and my heart and I guess my gut is debt service, heavy, deep debt service in light of our current pension liability over the next 16 to 17 years. That's going to increase exponentially between now and 2039. So I just think in terms of the risk, potentially high risk that we take in terms of debt and taking on a potential buyout, whether it's now, whether it's 2 to 3 years of due diligence, we're still looking at a lot of debt. And 30 years is a long time to see it go away. So that's where my cards are right now. But we have a lot to think about. We have a decision to make in a couple weeks. So thank you for the information that you've given, the deep research that you've done. It's very appreciated. The information that you're going to provide to us between now and the 24th. So thank you very much, both of you.
Thank you.
Can I get a motion to receive and file? Moved by Councilmember Riggenbach, seconded by Councilmember Graham. Please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk?
We are at regular business. 23-337 is a communication from the City Manager and Finance Director Comptroller with a request to receive and file the 2024-2025 biennial budget timeline.
Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to turn the floor over to our Finance Director, Kyle Craddy.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Tonight kicks off the 2024-2025 biennial budget process. The act tonight is putting the budget on the table. The budget document has been filed with the clerk's office this afternoon in compliance with the law. I wanted to just kind of run through a couple things. First, I'll run through just what the schedule is. Similar to past years, we are scheduled to meet every Tuesday until the passage of the document, which we anticipate to be around November the 14th, to have continuing conversations on the budget document itself. And just as a reminder, the budget does have to be legally passed and filed with the county clerk by the last Tuesday of December, which they are actually closed, so that would actually be the week before because of the holiday. We're not really here to talk about the budget in depth tonight, but I wanted to give just kind of a few highlights of what the budget looks like this year. The budget as presented does have the general fund in a balanced situation with a slight surplus. We do have a declining debt service payment this year due to no additional bond issuances. We are issuing some debt for our IEPA low interest loan program for our CSO projects. It has over $100 million in needed capital improvements throughout the city, ranging from roads, sewers, and stormwater infrastructure. And then, lastly, and just as the mayor just said in the last item, we also make our required contribution to our pension plans. So keeping on track with what our requirements are this year. The budget document in front of you, I just do want to lay out that this is the first year we are using a new budget transparency tool. This document actually is now a live interactive document on the city's website. It went live around 5:30 this afternoon. So the council, the community can go in and have all the same information, and I hope in a more readable and transparent format as we have these discussions. So if there is any formatting issue, some of that is we're trying to take a digital format into a paper world. So please let me know if there's anything on there that you'd like to see or any issues that you run into, since this is kind of our first year in it. So with that, I'm more than happy to take any questions.
I love the new format. It's great. Thank you. Any questions, council? Can I get a motion to receive and file? Moved by Councilmember Euler, seconded by Councilmember Gordon Young. Please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk?
23-338 is a communication from the city manager and assistant city manager to approve the Peoria Civic Center budget.
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that we do have some representatives of the Civic Center Authority that are here, but I'll also, once Director Craddy comes back, we will walk through this item for you. The Civic Center did put the operating budget together in a format that was as they had previously done in the past. So it does look a little, I'm really speaking to Councilman Sear here. It's a little bit different than what we've put together for our budget, but at this point, I'll turn it over to Director Craddy.
Yeah, I think high level with the budget for the Civic Center in this coming year, and obviously there's representatives here that can get into more questions of it. The operating budget does have a slight deficit. That is primarily due to when this budget was put together in consultation with the Finance Committee and the Peoria Civic Center Board. There was the planned shutdown of the arena for about a 4-month period due to, at the time, the planned installation of the ice plant. Due to some timing with getting the infrastructure needed for that is now delayed until 2025. So where this actually ends up, it may be in a better situation, but that's where this budget landed so far this year. So with that, I will probably defer questions to them, but I'm more than happy to help with any questions.
Councilmember Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Director Craddy, I should have given you a call, but I was pretty busy. I just really have one question. The HRA tax projected is down 40% from last year. Why is that?
So the agreement with the Civic Center post the last bond issuance, in essence, is guaranteeing $1.2 million in HRA dollars going to the Civic Center. So the intention with the budget was to budget at what that minimum threshold is. It could come in at a better rate than that. From the city perspective, you know, we're looking at we're estimating probably close to a 5% decline in next year's budget. So more than likely that 1.2 million will be higher.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any additional questions? Councilmember Riggenbach,
Move to receive and file.
seconded by Councilmember Velpula. Councilmember Seer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of questions, and I don't want to embarrass anybody, and especially myself tonight, but, so Director Craddy, what's GAAP stand for?
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
What is the letter GAAP stands for?
I'm going to defer.
General.
No, general, what's it? Is that accounting principle or something?
Yeah, sorry, you're talking about GAAP. Yeah, the
Yes,
general
GAAP.
accepted accounting principles.
The rules, those rules, the GAAP rules, I'm not sure, but I thought in the past, the HRA tax, okay, we're showing this year about an $800,000 loss. Would the $1.2 million be supposed to be below the line, and really we're looking at a $2 million loss? Am I correct in saying that?
I think it does depend on how you want to present it. A lot of places will look at it as, you know, subsidies and outside payments do go below the line. From the city's audit standpoint, which obviously I know we have a later item on that tonight, most of our below the line activity is only related to debt or transfers in or out. So GAAP does allow this treatment to show above the line.
Last question. I'm really interested, and it's not there. I mean, what are the chances of getting a balance sheet so we can see, because I can't see anywhere in these pages where it talks about the bridge loan we made and also the $20 million in capital investment that we gave the Civic Center. Is that anywhere? Is that visible anywhere? Is that available anywhere?
I will defer to the folks from the Civic Center on that.
Hello, I'm Mindy Bauman. I'm the Director of Finance for the Civic Center. At the time of the budget, we had not discussed the $20 million, so that's why it is not presented here. It is in our financial statements. We did receive it in August, and I can provide a balance sheet should you so need one.
Do you usually provide a balance sheet on a quarterly basis, or is it available usually?
We do financial statements on a monthly basis.
Okay.
I've just never presented one for a budget.
Okay. And would the $4 million loan and bridge loan be on that balance sheet also?
It is also in our financial statements.
Thank you very much for being here. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Councilmember Riggenbach, you wanted to modify your motion.
Yes, that should be a motion to approve the budget, not to receive and file.
Seconded by Councilmember Velpula. Any additional questions? The motion is to approve the Civic Center budget. Please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
23-339 is a communication from the city manager and assistant city manager with a request to adopt the 2023 strategic plan.
Mr. Manager?
Unfortunately, Kimberly Richardson is not here this evening, being under the weather, so we'd like to ask for a 2-week deferral of this item and bring this back on the 24th.
I get a motion to defer for 2 weeks, moved by Councilmember Kelly, seconded by Councilmember Velpula. Any questions, comments? Please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk?
23-341 is a communication from the city manager and finance director comptroller with a request to receive and file the month ended August 31st, 2023, an audited financial report.
Director Craddy?
I will be brief. You're hearing from me a lot in a short succession. But just, high level standpoint, general fund revenues are down about 7% year over year, about $7 million year over year. Overall in expenditures, we're up about 3.3 million. What I wanted to kind of say, obviously, and it's within your budget documents that were put on the table tonight, looking at our financial projections for the year, we are anticipating around a $10 million general fund surplus. So while these numbers may seem down or not going in the right direction, based off of how state revenues flow in and our expenditures, we're anticipating about a $10 million general fund surplus that within the coming year's budget we've earmarked for capital improvements. So I just wanted to kind of put that out as context as we look at this financial report. And I'm available for if there's any specific questions on the report.
Thank you. Councilmember Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Director Craddy, when you speak of a general fund surplus, also be said to be an increase in the general fund. And
When I talk about a surplus, it's more about that gap between what our revenues are coming in at and what our expenses are. So we're trending on path to have our expenditures meet what our budget was last year. We're just still seeing some higher revenues, specifically in areas like state income tax and sales tax receipts, that are keeping our revenue numbers at a higher level than we anticipated.
I understand that, and I'm very happy about that. But I just, I don't know, that seems an odd word for me, surplus. But it would translate into an increase in the general fund of $10 million. Is that
correct?
Right?
It would be, obviously pending budget discussions, there would be a $10 million increase to the general fund balance. But as I stated, with the recommendation in the budget that we'll look at next week is looking at that being a transfer to capital.
Thank you very much, Director Craddy. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Welcome. There's no more questions. May I have a motion to receive and file, moved by Councilmember Allen, seconded by Councilmember Euler. Councilmember Seer?
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, to be late. Director, just one question. Nobody knows for sure. If there's a possibility of a recession next year in 2024, where would be your biggest concern for next year?
The biggest concerns always are that most of the general fund dollars that the city takes in are consumption or income-based taxes. So any pullback in the economy is going to directly affect those receipts. Like I said, I don't want to get too much into the budget discussion for next week. We have built in a little bit of a pullback. Economists are having a really hard time, I think, deciding whether or not we're going to see a recession. I feel like it's gone from it's going to be a recession to a soft landing to a we don't know. So we have built in a little bit next year, but I think it's really anyone's guess if we're going to have some kind of large pullback at any point in the next couple of years.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're very welcome. We have a motion to receive and file. Please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk?
We are at unfinished business. 23-328 is a communication from the City Manager and Director of Community Development with a request to concur with the recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission and staff to deny an ordinance amending existing special use ordinance number 13932 as amended in a Class C2 large-scale commercial district for a shopping center to allow for 2 window signs with a total area of 214.5 square feet for the property located at 7611 North Grand Prairie Drive, commonly known as the Shops at Grand Prairie. And on your desk, there is a revised council communication and ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to go straight to you, Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, colleagues, for the patience as we deferred this item 2 weeks ago. As referred to by Clerk Tar, there is a council communication with an update at the bottom that talks about some recent developments that I feel that have brought us home on this particular item. So I'm going ask for privilege of the floor to Assistant Director Leah Allison for Community Development to talk about this item a little bit more.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So yes, I would like to give you a brief summary to explain why you have a updated council memo and a revised ordinance in yellow on your desk. So this request is an amendment to the existing special use for a shopping center, specifically referring to window signs for Academy Sports, which is a newer tenant out in an existing building by the Shops at Grand Prairie shopping area. Their original request was to have window signs that covered 50% of their front facade windows. The Unified Development Code limits that coverage to 20%. So we went through the appropriate process with the Planning and Zoning Commission, reviewing their request. The result was a recommendation concurrent with staff's recommendation to not support that 50% coverage. So it was ultimately a recommendation for denial. The commission did say and recommended that Academy Sports and staff maybe work together and see if there is a solution, a compromise, something that could benefit Academy Sports and what they need and also adhere to the Unified Development Code. And I think that's exactly where we've landed today. And that's why you have a revised memo that explains that Academy Sports has provided to us window signage that is 30% of the coverage. Still a little bit more than 20%, but a lot less than 50% where they originally started. The other caveat that brought staff to support that request is that their existing exterior wall signage that's currently in place would be capped at that existing wall signage, and that's approximately 10% of their wall, their building wall. So staff has felt that that's a good compromise, a great support of the business's needs and their desires for signage, but also still meeting that intent of the Unified Development Code with regard to overall signage. So again, the revised ordinance before you is to approve window signage with 30% coverage with a caveat or a condition that their existing exterior wall signage is capped as it is currently installed. That's specific to Academy Sports. We hope that they're there forever. If for some reason that tenant changes, those conditions can expire, and we would revert back to the current sign regulations at that point in time for the business that's there now. So are there any questions that I can answer?
Good, makes sense.
Thank you, Assistant Director Leah Allison, for your work on this, and thank you to Julia among your staff. And also want to shout out David, who is the legal counsel for the petitioner who came down from Indiana. David, you want to wave and to the council? I appreciate you coming down. I think this is a great illustration of us being business friendly while also adhering to our code, and so I appreciate the compromise by both entities, and I am proud to move for a motion for approval. Thank you.
Can I get a second? Seconded by Councilmember Riggenbach. There's no discussion. Please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk?
23-321 is a communication from the City Manager and Finance Director Comptroller with a request to receive and file the 2022 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report audited by Clifton Larson Allen.
Mr. Manager, sorry about that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will turn the floor over to our Finance Director, Director Craddy.
All right. This item was deferred at the last meeting just because of the timing of the report. Clifton Larson Allen was here to give the presentation 2 weeks ago, and I'm available if there's any additional questions after people have had a chance to read the report.
Can I get a motion to receive and file? Councilmember Seer, was that a motion?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just move to receive and file the annual comprehensive financial report.
Seconded by Councilmember Allen. Please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk?
We are at new business.
New business, and I need your assistance here, Mr. Manager, in looking at our timeline for the upcoming budget meetings. We are looking at having our first budget session next Tuesday at 6 o'clock, which is the 17th of October. And then the following meeting is our regular meeting on October the 24th. The Tuesday following that happens to be October 31st, which is also Halloween. And I've talked to a few council members that had some concern about that because of children, family events, and harvest programs and so forth. So I just wanted to throw that out to council as a whole in considering possibly, rather than the Tuesday, the October 31st, Halloween, to consider perhaps either the Monday, October 30th, or the following, or that Wednesday, November the 1st. So can I get some feedback maybe now on which date, if you're open to, not hold it on Halloween, which date might work the best? Councilmember Allen?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On behalf of the constituents of the Allen household, I would support either one of those dates proposed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Seer?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would be out of town on the 30th, so for me would work better on November 1st. Please.
November 1st, okay. Councilmember Riggenbach?
I'm just the opposite of Councilman Seer. I cannot do the 1st, but the 30th or Halloween would work for me.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kelly?
I prefer the 1st, Madam Mayor, but the 30th is fine also.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else want to weigh in? Councilmember Gordon Young?
I'd just like to say thank you. It's my birthday on Halloween.
You want the day off?
I'd like to have the day off if
Okay.
possible. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Do either of the other two dates work for you?
Either.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That Monday, October 30th, works best for me, but I'm open to whichever the majority selects.
Okay, well, it sounds like we're in agreement that we won't do Tuesday, the 31st. I think there was one conflict on November 1st and two conflicts on October 30th, if I heard that correctly. Maybe it's just the opposite. Was that just the opposite? Who had the conflict on November 1st? One. And who had the conflict on October 30th? Two.
Okay. Who has a conflict on the 31st?
31st was, I thought, general agreement that we would avoid that date. Am I correct? There's general agreement we would avoid Halloween? I don't think we need a motion, just more or less consensus on which direction to go. If it's your way on business, you can still possibly participate virtually. That applies to any of us. Councilmember Euler?
I just want to go on the record to say my constituents are my entire life, so whatever day works for the city of Peoria works for me.
Okay. All right. Okay, we will, we have some time, okay? We have some time. We're trying to decide really between that Monday and Wednesday, and we don't have to decide tonight, but we'll circle back probably via email. Thank you. Any other new business? Okay, Madam Clerk?
We are at citizens' opportunity to address the city council, and I believe 2 cards are coming up to you right now.
Thank you. Familiar name, Mr. Doug Lunick. Okay. Nick Sandro. Yes, sir.
Thank you for having me, Madam Mayor, and I'm honored to be in front of you folks. My problem is quite small compared to the future of water in Peoria, so I don't want to take up much of your time. I live over in the Cottage District, and it's a bunch of houses my house is 140 years old, my neighbors, it's quite a nice place. Councilman Greb has represented us and in the past helped us get some nice things done. But a few weeks ago, someone that had just moved there, I ran into, my car got vandalized, and I said, oh my gosh, it's really too bad. We don't have, people think we have crime, we don't have a lot of crime there. It's really a nice, quiet neighborhood. But I said, well, you don't have a garage door, so, or a light, well, I contacted Chuck Grabe, and he said he was going to take care of it for me. So I thought, as in the past, we all get together, we work something out which is best for our neighborhood. A few days go by, and the next thing we have these lights up there. It looks like the Walmart parking lot. I can't sit on my back porch. I had a realtor come over and she said, you'd be lucky to sell this. No one can sit here. It's just, I have 2 jet fighters coming at me, and my lawn, people that have lived there for paying taxes for 120 years, she told me, she goes, our bedroom is a mess. And so I contacted Councilman Grabe, and he responded with how much crime there is and vandalism, and it's terrible, and I got to take care of this, and this is how it's going to be. I said, well, that's not really working out for us. Well, that's how it's going to be. So I tried again the next day, and I contacted Ms. Schmeling, who's lived there for 120 years. She tried contacting it. We got the same response back. There's crime, there's vandalism. Somebody blackened the street light, and I'm going to get down to the bottom of this, whoever vandalized this. We're just like, well, can't you just come over? I invited him to my house. Just come over in the evening, just have a look. There's better lighting choices. I agree, it's an alley, maybe we need some lighting, but there's better lighting choices than giant LED lights shining in everybody's house and in their eyes. My neighbor's got visual disabilities. He's a mess. He can't even go out at all. So I just don't know, they asked me to come. I don't really want to trouble you, but we don't know where to go. If Councilman Greb doesn't want to listen to anything, it's just the way it is. I grew up in Chicago when Mayor Daley was the mayor, and it was that who's got some clout? You got some clout, we can get the things done here. It kind of feels like that. My dad was a state representative for one term. He got sick of it and tried to correct it. Daley wouldn't have it. He had one term, he was gone. But it kind of feels like, who is this person? 2 weeks go by, boom, we got lights, and all of us that have lived there forever are suffering. I'm not exaggerating the fact that I cannot sit on my back porch. It's like jet fighters are coming at me. And that's all I hear about the crime. It's terrible that you think that badly of our neighborhood, because it's not that bad. The vandals that blacken the street lamp seems to be an issue. And the street lamp is right next to me, so Mr. Doss, who's got the visual handicap, I went over to him, I go, gee, they're making a big deal out of this flagging thing. He goes, it's been like that for 12 years. He said 12 years ago the city came with a snowplow, and they backed up and they knocked the thing down. So they came back and they put a new one up, and they know I have the vision problems, and like I said, you know, our houses were built before there were street lights. I mean, our houses are street light, and then there's our front window. So they said, wow, that's pretty bad. We'll paint it for you. So, Councilman Greb, you don't have to look for the vandals that painted our street lamp. It was painted 12 years ago by the city. I really wish that we had somewhere to go to correct this, because it's unlivable, and it's a shame that it just got done without any consultation with any of us. So again, thank you for your time. I know this is a small issue, but I don't know where to go. My neighbors don't know where to go. Councilman Grave doesn't want to hear it. He's already, you know, made a promise to someone and fulfilled it, and that's what we're living with. So we will try other avenues, I guess. Maybe they can write to you, but they asked me to come down. I was a little hesitant, but I appreciate you giving me the time.
Thank you.
That's about it.
Mr. Lunick?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Doug Leunig. I am a co-founder of Big Picture Initiative, and I'm here to spread good news. The mural that you approved tonight is the one on the county courthouse that is what I named Abraham Blue. And we named it Abraham Blue because outside of the historical reasons in the plaza, it's a symbol of hope. It's a symbol of hope for people struggling with mental illness. Abraham Lincoln, our greatest president, suffered from depression. It wasn't depression of our sort of, oh, I'm sad. It was called melancholia, and it was the dire circumstances, feeling that nothing is right, everything's wrong, and people that suffer from melancholia are oftentimes suicidal, as Abraham Lincoln was. He was kept from committing suicide by his friends and neighbors. Everybody around him who loved him, who supported him, watched out for him. They took sharp objects out of his home when they thought he was going to commit suicide. They removed his shaving razor. They actually went into his home and took things out of his home to keep him safe. And it's this kind of activity that happened over 100 years ago that can still happen today. We still have the ability to help each other through difficulties. And Abraham Blue on the courthouse is a symbol of that hope that we can all help each other as best we can by talking about our problems, talking about how we feel, talking about the things that matter in our lives with those who are closest to us. Oftentimes with mental illness, and I can speak from authority because I had a breakdown when I was 45 years old. When you are mentally ill at ease or diseased or mentally challenged by your thoughts, as I was, I started to believe that I had no talent. I started to believe that I just lucked out with my job at Caterpillar, being a photographer that flew around the world and took pictures. I was paid for my passion. But when I was depressed, none of that mattered. I had friends, fortunately, who stood by me, who actually countered what I said with, you know, Doug, there's a different way of looking at that. You don't have to just think in the one way that you're thinking. There are different ways of seeing things. Everything changes with the light you see it in. Everything in the world is determined by our perceptions. And we don't always see things properly. We have to depend on others' points of view to balance our own point of view sometimes, and also augment what we believe. So I'm up here, and I see I have a minute left. I guess I'll get to the point. On November 13th at the Peoria Riverfront Museum, we are having a dedication of Abraham Blue. The working title on it was Abraham Blue in the Pink, but we're not calling it that. I'm just calling it Abraham Blue 2023. And we are having an augmented reality version of this, that when you lift up your mobile device in front of the picture at the courthouse, you can receive a story far greater than what I've just told you. And it's about not only depression and rising above adversity with the help of community, it's about how we all can work together as a community to bring healing powers through the arts and through each other to Central Illinois and address the problem of mental illness with each of us working together. Hope to see you at the Peoria Riverfront Museum, 1:30, by the way, on the 13th of November. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
We have an executive session.
I would like to invite a motion to adjourn and to convene in closed session immediately following adjournment of the City Council meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act 5 ILCS 120/2C11 to discuss pending litigation, and pursuant to the Open Meetings Act 5 ILCS 120/2C21 for approval by the body of closed session minutes. Moved by Councilmember Allen, seconded by Councilmember Kelly. Please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you for your service.